Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Sorry for the long delay, but I had some, as always, some issues with some bot stuff. Nice to see you. I hope you had a fantastic day, and yeah, happy Tolkien Reading Day, you could say, which is today. A bit late from my perspective. Tolkien Reading Day is almost over, but well, I know a lot of my viewers are also in a different time zone, so that helps. Amazing Bad Boy, nice to see you. Wish you a good one. Glad you can catch the stream. Also, Murray, nice to see you. OG Bloodline, welcome. Nice to see you as well. Radagast also here already with some questions. Joe, welcome. Nice to see you. And Dreams of Florian. Dreams of Lorien. Okay, that's also not bad. I just wanted to drop in and tell you that I would ask a question, but I probably know more than you. Have fun. Thank you for wishing us fun. It is possible that you know more than I do about Lord of the Rings. Definitely. It's not impossible, but I would usually say my Lord of the Rings knowledge is also not that bad, to be honest. But we will see. But let you wish us some fun here. But usually if we look into stuff, you know, often it takes a bit. We discuss often questions, a lot of detail. Beep boop boop, I'm bot, welcome. Jack also, welcome to the people in the German Twitch chats. I have a lot of chats activated and I have literally no idea what chat is what chat currently, because it's just, I have too many chats. I'm not sure if you get this. Well, this I can close, so then I can move this chat here. I have to basically play chat Tetris a bit here. I need the other chat. That's complicated always. Just so many chat windows, you have no idea. With 3 different chats I'm streaming to. Hey, Black Quartz, well, nice to see you as well. Yeah, Wolfhund also, wish you good night, sleep well. I hope it worked. The stuff the tool I sent to you. I hope it worked. So in the meantime, I can also try to get production here somewhat running. It's a bit, as I said, it's really complicated for me to do these kinds of streams. I'm not fully prepared. Hey, Skell, nice to see you. And let me just think what I wanted to bring in the chat, right? So we have the chat messages here. I can only bring in one chat at a time. And let's call it unfortunate position. So I just, maybe we move it here. I'm not sure where to move it. It's just too many things on the screen, I think. There should really be a live stream battle of the YouTube Tolkien lore masters. Who's the best? I don't know. I guess it heavily depends on your field of expertise. Just have to my thing. My beanie here is a bit strange. Still not fully used to streaming with camera, but there it is. But I don't know. There are some pretty good. Like Man of the West is pretty strong. Geek Zone I would not underestimate, but I think he's not active currently. Nerd of the Rings, for sure, after doing so many lore videos, is also pretty good, I guess. But we will see. We will see. I'm really bad with quotes, for example. Like if you have asked me for a quote by word, that is usually something I would struggle with a bit. I usually more of a person who tries to remember what the content is, less how it is something word by word. You know what I mean? In the meantime, I also have to open the book, because today's Tolkien Reading Day, and we want to read a little bit. Lore-wise there as well. So, very curious. Talk Lords is potentially also really strong. I could imagine. There's so many really good lore YouTubers. In the meantime, I have the problem that my other chatbot thing here is not working for the German Twitch chat, which is complicated problem for me to solve. But I try to solve it really quick. Always love issues. Just have too many chats and channels and so on. It would be awesome if everything could just work over one single channel and not like 20 or so. But it's always tons of channels. But yeah, a lot of people currently during or today are doing Tolkien Reading Day stuff. We have videos prepared and so on. I'm of course waiting for you to get online. Well, we are currently here. It won't. Let me just see. Where do I have to? I have to do this Discord thing. Then I have to copy paste this here. Open it. Activate it. Hope I didn't press a key. I did not. And then, in theory, it should connect to the German thing. No, I pressed already. Okay, I think it worked. Only thing that doesn't work is the other bot, but okay, now I think I see both chats in the tool here. Nice. I've been wondering about the connection between dragon fever and the myth of Faramir, Fafnir in the Norse myth. Did Tolkien ever mention that? Not that I'm aware of, to be honest. But I think there is definitely a connection between some of the mythologic references and encounters with some of the like Norse mythology, but I also think in others you might encounter something like that as well. Tolkien doesn't really write a whole lot about the dragon sickness. Like, it's, I think, bigger in the Peter Jackson films than anywhere else, I guess. But they need kind of a device. But oh, hope I didn't close that one. I always have some uncertainty about the towers near Mordor. In Minas Morgul, Minas Ithil, is Minas Morgul, Minas Ithil tall enough to peek over the mountains into Mordor? If not, why? Wasn't its purpose to be keeping an eye on Mordor? And the myth, a dwarf literally turns into a dragon after getting a cursed ring. Interesting. But yeah. Amazing Bad Boy, not sure if I remembered your question. Also, Radagast had some interesting questions. Okay, the question is, where do we start today with the questions? Like, you already have quite a few here, and I don't know. So Radagast has a question. I think it was asked in the previous streams before, so maybe we can think about or maybe dig a little bit into this, because it's an interesting question for sure. That's about if Isildur is a ring race or something like that. But since I'm pretty sure we talked about this in previous streams already, we can maybe manage to get this No. No, that's right. Of course, I missed here the space. That should do the trick. Okay, so first question, Radagast, is Isildur a race wandering around Middle-earth? He wore a ring and didn't go west, you mean. I think you later corrected it to mean didn't go west. Let us see. What was the question? I think it wasn't a follow-up. If Sam had to go to the east because he wore the ring very briefly, then it stands to reason that Isildur is stuck at the race or something. Well, I think in a way Isildur definitely also went east because he died, and we know from the story of Beren and Luthien, because we know from the story that Luthien is in the west, is in the halls of Mandos, which is in the west. Maybe I can bring out our fantastic map here. Even have the arrow point at the correct location here. And we have the House of Mandos. This is the West Continent as we know it. Let me see if I find... Well, we're talking about Beren and Luthien, so yeah, the Halls of Mandos are here on the West Continent. This is not a good sketch, it's just a sketch, it's not really very precise when it comes to where everything is, but you get roundabout the idea, I think. And yeah, here in the Halls of Mandos, he has, I assume every human goes there when he dies. Isildur was killed by, or shot by orcs, fell back into the river, and unfortunately passed. And so he is most likely summoned there. Like, he did not turn into a race. I think that's very unlikely, because you have to think the ring, like Isildur's exact year of death would be, let me just double check it. It's something like years 5 or 7 in the Third Age. Let me just check the correct date here. Don't want to tell you nonsense. Yeah, it's even the second year, no, even earlier than this. So he had the ring at most for 2 years, a very brief moment. You can argue Sam had his ring as well for a very brief moment, but Sam didn't die. Like, he just sailed into the west later on. I think that's definitely a big difference when it comes to the ring. The ring does, especially the One Ring, does not turn you automatically into a wraith. The other rings might do this at some point after wearing it for a very long time, but that was not the main reason the ring bearers went to the West Continent, Aman. The main reason was that the stress or the power of the ring weighted so heavy on their minds and so on, and the adventure and the sacrifices they had to make, especially Frodo, were so big and intense on them. Especially if every time every year at the day he got stabbed, Frodo felt his wound and so on. So the powers there at work definitely did something to Frodo's body in this regard, and this resulted in him to really suffering in Middle-earth. So he had to leave Middle-earth and go to Aman, potentially the only place he could be healed physically and also mentally from what he had to endure as one of the ring bearers. In the sense, Sam also went on this long journey to the destruction of the ring with Frodo, also became briefly a ring bearer, and also was granted the permission, I guess at some point, to sail to the West Continent to be at peace, to heal his mind as well, even though he was far less affected. But it was not necessarily because he would turn into a race, especially after the power of the One Ring was broken anyway. So I think there is a big difference in this regard. It cursed your soul, actually, pass on. No, I thought that, I guess. The impression can be, I think it's potentially more vile when it comes to the other rings of power, like the other 19, or let's say the 16 rings of power, the 7 and the 9. Those potentially turn you also after who knows how many decades or centuries into race if you wear them and use them a lot, as we have seen with the Nazgul. But there's also a special case for them. But Isildur doesn't, it seems like, didn't really use the ring that much anyway. He won the war, defeated Sauron, so I guess he had a really good standing with the powers on the West continent. It would seem a bit unfair for Isildur to become a wraith, because he did so many things right. He was one of the faithful. He saved the tree. He escaped from... Let me see where my second age thing is. He escaped from Numenor. He founded the kingdoms in exile. Gondor, in his case, his father was in Arnor, Elendil, and he was king of Gondor and so on. So he was fighting Sauron, and at the end he defeated him. The only task where Isildur failed was the one that is impossible for a mortal to destroy the One Ring. That was the only thing you can kind of complain about when it comes to Isildur, I think. That's the only time he really... Yeah, failed is a strong word here, but that is where he did not succeed, and because the task was impossible for a mortal man to accomplish. And as a result, I think there are others who should be more afraid of becoming a race, I think. So being rejected from being called to Aman. I mean, even Feanor did a lot of things, and he was also called to the halls of Mandos. And though he was not re-embodied due to his evil deeds, but I guess it's a special case. Kind of very meta. I think it's more complicated with the elves. There is the theory that elves also could become wraiths, but it's complicated with elves. There's the idea that phantoms exist, and there are regions where men weren't really a thing for quite some time. So the only possible spirits would be dwarves and elves that are available to be the source of these spirits, of these phantoms. And the theory is that maybe these were elf spirits. Didn't Isildur keep the ring in a special box or something? I'm not sure, to be honest. If somebody in chat knows the source for this, I'm currently not aware how Isildur had it. The only source I'm aware of is that he had it at a chain as well, because we can read in Unfinished Tales somewhere. Let me just see if we can find it. So Saruman searched for Isildur's remains. I think I found it even. Therefore Isildur must have fallen not into the deep stream, but into shallow water, no more than a shoulder high. Why then, though an age had passed were there no traces of his bones? Had Saruman found them and scorned them, burned them with dishonor in one of his furnaces? If that were so, it was a shameful deed, but not the worst. Okay, I hoped it would be this line, to be honest. Unfortunately, it's not. At last, behind a hidden door that they could not have found or opened had not Elisar, Aragorn, had the aid of Gimli the dwarf, a steel closet was revealed. Maybe it had been intended to receive the ring, but it was almost bare. In a casket on a high shelf, two things were laid. One was a small case of gold attached to a fine chain. It was empty and bore no letter or token, but beyond all doubt it had once borne the ring about Isildur's neck. So maybe this is what we are thinking. Maybe you're right here. In a casket on a high shelf, two things were laid. One was a small case of gold attached to... So you're right. There was a chain and there was a small case. I thought it was just a chain as we see it in the Peter Jackson films, but it's actually a small box made of gold, and that box was attached to a chain, and in this box there was a ring, it seems. So it was like this. Good, well remembered, the amazing bad boy. Just lost my in-ears, even though I don't have any sound, but whatever. That's a good point. Gollum had it for 500 years. But I think the idea is that his, as Radagast wrote here in chat, that his soul is basically cursed. It was empty and bore no letter or token, but beyond all doubt it had once borne the ring about Isildur's neck. Next to it lay a treasure without price, long mourned as lost forever, the Elendilmir itself, the white star of elvish crystal upon a fillet of mithril that had descended from Silmarillion to Elendil. That's one of the ancestors, Silmarillion. She did not become queen, so from her line, though Elendil is, even though she if the ruling queen rule existed in Numenor before, she would have been the firstborn and as a result ruling queen of Numenor, but that's a different story, and had been taken by him as a token of royalty in the Norse kingdom. Every king and chieftain that followed them in Arnor had borne the Elendilmir down even to Elisar himself, but though it was a jewel of great beauty made by elven smiths in Imladris, for Valandil, Isildur's son, it had not the ancientry nor potency of the one that had been lost with Isildur's when Isildur fled into the dark and came back no more. So, yeah, in this section, which we find in the Disaster of the Gladden Fields and Unfinished Tales, the sources of Legend of Isildur's death is this little text that I just read called. I was just a bit too low on my reading I first tried. But yeah, there you have it. At the ring, about 2 years. No, the Gollum. Just catch up with chat really quick. So yeah, I hope this answers the question. So no, I think it's very, very unlikely that he becomes a race. The ring does not necessarily curse you. is a burden, as it's always called, on the mind and on the other stuff. Oh, the wrong screen. Of like a locket. Yeah, something like that. Ghost of Dunharrow question. We'll come to that maybe in a moment. There's also the connection to Leaf by Nigel. Yeah. Have interesting idea. The halls of Mandos might be something like that. The problem is with the consuming of the elves, like the creation of the Nazgul when it comes to the Rings of Power, had one thing that was later not the case anymore, that Sauron had the One Ring. Like when the Nazgul were around, Sauron still had the One Ring. And the idea of the Rings of Power is that their wearers will be enslaved. We can read this as we read it. It's basically a letter because these questions come up a lot. And so we go to letter 131 to Walton. What was it? I forget the name. Milton Waldman is the name. And Tolkien writes to this to Milton Waldman like a summary of the Lord of the Rings, of the events before, part even of the Silmarillion and so on. It's a really interesting text, and he also has a very dedicated and interesting section to the Rings of Power. Let's see, where do we start? But secretly, in the subterranean fire, in his own Blackland, Sauron made one ring, the ruling ring, that contained the powers of all the others and controlled them, so that its wearer could see the thoughts, and all those that used the lesser rings could govern. Just skip the line, I think. Powers, others controlled them, so that the wearer could see the thoughts of all that used the lesser rings, could govern all that they did, and in the end could utterly enslave them. So Tolkien expresses, hey, welcome, Azarea, nice to see you. So Tolkien definitely mentions here the ability that the one who has the One Ring, Sauron in this case, can see the thoughts and basically what they are doing with the ring, and can also start to control or take over control with them. That is the same for all 19 Rings of Power, the 6, the 7, the 9, the 7, and the 3. And as a result, this is very powerful. But when Sauron has not the ring, the power of the ring is not gone, but he has not the control, the will over it to do this. He has to possess the ring as well to enslave the others. That's why it becomes kind of safe to use the 3 rings, while Sauron does not have the 1 ring. This is a very important detail. Well, let us see. The rings were spyware on a rootkit. Yeah, basically like that. I have a questions about what powers do the rings have. This is a general question, because then we can just read the complete section here. But because I think we can just read the complete section here. It's Tolkien Reading Day anyway, so it makes sense to read some Tolkien, I guess. A kind of interesting section here. We can maybe read also the first part of it. It's very interesting. This should answer all your questions, basically, when it comes to the Rings of Power. So what do they actually do? It was really a veiled attack on the gods and an incitement to try and make a separate, independent paradise. Gil-galad repulsed all such overtures, as also did Elrond, but at Eregion great work began, and the elves came the nearest to falling to magic and machinery. Tolkien has the philosophical concept of the machine, as Christopher Tolkien explains in an interview, and this basically was here referenced again, and the machine is basically a shortcut to power to some degree. It's a philosophical concept that you create a tool that, or something like that. And in this case, it approaches magic that gives you a lot of power, gives you a lot of control without putting in the work, so to say, and leading, and as such, leading to destruction and to suppression and so on. It's not necessarily, I guess, to an extent, a machine is also that. And some people say Tolkien was very against machines and so on. There's an interesting radio interview with Tolkien where he actually says, yeah, I really like driving my car and so on. So it's not like Tolkien hated all technology. That's not the case. But it depends a bit what humans might do out of it, you know. That's, I think, the essence here. And if you want to be very powerful to rule the world, maybe also in an evil sense, on a regretting sense, and change the world, destroy the nature as a result, then it would go too far. And yeah, often I think way to express is the shortcut to power is, I think, a good way to do this. However, we were at magic and machinery. With the aid of Sauron's law, they made rings of power. Power is an ominous and sinister word in all these tales, except as applied to the gods. The chief power of all the rings alike, of all the rings of power, was the prevention or slowing of decay. It est change viewed as a regrettable thing. So that is change viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance, this is more or less an elvish motive. So the world, Middle-earth especially, has a lot of Morgoth's power in it still, and is in constant change, and this kind of clashes with the immortal and pure nature of the elves and their fundamental being. So they can't stay in Middle-earth indefinitely, because at some point their spirit consumes their body, so to say, and they transform into a race, into a ghost, basically. And that, since they are not complete just as spirits, they need their body as well. And they are bound to the world itself. So when the world is undone, also the elves would be undone. However, this is another state they want to get. It's also called fading in some texts, I think. And yeah, this is what is meant here. And to slow this decay that the elves are experiencing, these rings can help. Decay, so change viewed as a regrettable thing. Change is not bad, but in Middle-earth, a lot of things change in a regrettable way. And yeah, this clashes with the nature. That's why they have to sail west at some point, or use these rings to stay longer. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. So yeah, they try to preserve, to heal the world, their knowledge and their essence, so that the world becomes very more similar to their original intent, or how it is in Aman on the west continent. That is the chief power of all these rings. That is Tolkien kind of Sauron kind of tried to convince these elves that this is a good idea. Hey Rico Thingle, nice to see you. No, we have not talked about that yet. We also might have to talk about that in a moment, I think. But yeah, let me just read the text further. It's semblance, this is an elvish motif. And now comes more the classic stuff we know from the rings in the next section of the text, but also they enhanced the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corrupted into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called, as he casts his fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So another power all the rings had was to move you from the seen, from the physical world, into the unseen world, the race world, as it's also sometimes called. So the world has two aspects in Tolkien's universe, a physical, basically what we see, our physical world, and it has also a spiritual component to it, an invisible part of it, that is the unseen, as it's often called. So yeah, and these rings could render the invisible material body and making things, this thing could render invisible the material body and make things of the invisible world visible. That was new. And here's something I always like to add, but let's stop for a moment at they also enhance the natural powers of the possessor. This is also something, and for mortals, if they would wear a great ring of power, they would become, their aging would slow drastically. They would basically become immortal. Gollum is a good example for that, who lived hundreds of years as a result. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. That's true. Like, the race world aspect was done quite interestingly, visually presented in Shadow of Mordor. I would not agree that all the ideas there work pretty well when it comes to how race work and how a race Celebrimbor could have worked, but because basically what they show there is next level immortality, and immortality that's even better than that of the elves or so. That seems a bit strange to get a mortal man and granting him super immortality, where he always comes back. Kind of weird. But other than that, that's basically a good way to portray it. And that is also when Bilbo or Frodo puts on the One Ring, they become invisible. But only to those who cannot see the unseen. In theory, it's not clear if Gandalf can see the unseen, but as a spirit being, he potentially can do that. At least in his Olorin, when he was Olorin in Aman, in his full Maiar form as spirit being, he could see the unseen for sure. In his diminished form as Gandalf, hard to tell if he could. I would assume to some degree he could definitely see this aspect of the world as well. Like, it would be very strange if he would be blind on this aspect. So yeah, this is another power of this. Yeah, that is also interesting. Mari puts here an interesting book quote. It's also a very interesting quote from Frodo. And he basically asks Galadriel why he can't hear the thoughts of all the other rings and so on. Let me see if I find the quote for this really quick. I know where it stands, kind of. It is Mirror of Galadriel, pretty sure. I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo. A thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, Galadriel said. Only thrice have you set the ring upon your finger since you knew what you possessed. Do not try it, it would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as ring-bearer and as one that has borne it on finger and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my thoughts more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning to Sam. No, lady, he answered. So Sam could not see the ring, and as a result, Frodo can also see the ring on Galadriel's finger. So very, very interesting detail here in this little dialogue section. We have some other quote I want to add to the powers of the ring, because why there is a power that Sauron put into the design of the 16 rings of power. This is different for the 3, that it can render the material body invisible. So if we go into this section of the Silmarillion, why would Sauron want that the elves can see the unseen? It seems like to me, I have the theory, I made a video about this a long time ago, that only those who have seen potentially Aman or the light of the 2 trees of Valinor, the elves are able to see the unseen. It is clear that not all the elves are able to see the unseen, because otherwise this feature would not be needed. So there's that. But it also seems like powerful elves like Galadriel can see the unseen. Hey, Modo, nice to see you. Great that you are here. Hope you had a fantastic time, and glad that you are tuning in again. So the reason why Sauron potentially wants that the elves are able to see the unseen with their rings on is they could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. This is from the Silmarillion now. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron, and one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strengths and to the good or evil in their wills in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the dominion of the one which was Sauron's. So that is a reason why they can see the unseen, because Sauron as necromancer can send them phantoms and delusions and consistently necking on their mind to bring them under his will, which worked for the Nazgul but not for the elves. And this is a reason why this power was implemented. What is now interesting in this context of this, invisible, the elves of Eregion made 3, actually not the elves, but Celebrimbor made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination. So their design was definitely altered, and Sauron was not in Eregion anymore when these rings were created, and Celebrimbor did this on his own in the meantime, with Sauron not being aware. He used to still the same technique that Sauron taught him. He did not know, of course, that it was Sauron, and as a result, also those rings fall under the power of the One, but they are still different and more pure in this regard, because their intention was also, I guess, different. It focuses more on the preservation thing. So yeah, the elves of the Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, and directed the preservation of to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility, but secretly in the subterranean fire and so on. Now we come to the creation of the One Ring, utterly enslaves them. That is true for all the rings, also the 3. So these are the powers of the rings that they possess. I hope this answers this question. It was a long answer, I think. But yeah, and also the lesser rings, there are also lesser rings of power that were created in the process of learning the technique, of the elves learning the technique to make those. Those seem not to enhance your lifespan if you would wear them as a mortal. He was gaslighting them with fake visions, basically. Hey Dragon, I want to ask, what do you think of Mantha? I think it's incredibly interesting, especially after reading Tolkien's comments of development. Ah, this guy. That is a distant relative of Turin, right? But yeah, I have to admit I'm not that deep into this into the topic, to be honest. Let me see, which book is it? It's War of the Jewels, right? Yes, it's War of the Jewels, where you can find out more about Manthor. Very interesting, but yeah, not my expertise, to be honest. So, but would you recommend reading more about Manthor? Is this an interesting stone? It's in the Wanderings of Húrin. Ah, okay. Yeah, I definitely remember the name. Just need a little heads up here. Manthor making his own realm. Yeah. That's definitely cool. Yeah, that is true. I mean, a lot of the names there are somewhat similar, to be fair. Almost impossible to memorize all those names. Why does Frodo say he is permitted to wear the ring? That's a good question. In a way, he inherits the ring from Bilbo. So it is his right, it is his ring, so to say. And in the council, he is allowed to become the ring bearer, so he carries the ring with him. He's not necessarily wearing it on his finger, or it's not recommended that he should do so. He should avoid this at all costs. But let's say in a very dangerous situation or whatever, I don't know, maybe he would have been permitted to use it, or he would use it. Nobody could stop him from doing this. So in a way, like, Gandalf tells him, do not do this, but he could still do it. So the possibility is still there. And him having the ring, the only way to say, Frodo, you can't use the ring, is to not give the ring to Frodo. I think everybody knows that in a way there will be a situation, or it could happen, that Frodo maybe uses the ring. It happened a few times, and nobody's judging Frodo. Like, Galadriel says he used it 3 times already. Don't do this, but I don't blame you, you know? So it's kind of a strange, point in between, I think. Let me see. Yeah, Hunthor is a brother of Manthor. That is correct. And Meleth and Agathor are their parents, I think. And Turin's grandfather, like father is Hurin, of course, and then Hares. Hares is not the grandfather, the grandmother, I mean. And yeah, Hares and Galdor. And Hares is his sister. Yeah. Hares' sister Hiril is the mother of Meleth, the mother of Manthor and Hunthor, if this family tree is correct. Why is Gandalf represented as a father figure? I mean, he's the, like, Tolkien uses, even though the book didn't exist at this time. Wait a moment, chat, we can show it. I have it here somewhere. I'll just have to find production real quick. But yeah, we can come to this. We are skipping too fast to stuff. But there is a Joseph Campbell's book called The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Not sure if you can see it well. Potentially not. Hope the camera didn't die. And yeah, Joseph Campbell in this book basically noticed, I think it came out 1946 or 49 or something. Let me just double check. 49, it seems, the original edition. It's a later edition of the book, doesn't matter too much. And yeah, he developed the concept of the monomyth. And the monomyth always has certain aspects in it. But he noticed that in mythology is very often structured in a very specific way. We know the concept of monomyth also as hero's journey, and I don't know how to bring this here on screen, chat. I'm gonna try some stuff out. But yeah, Wikipedia has like an article for this. Let me just see if I can make this work. Production-wise. Production is always not easy for me, because it's just many screens and stuff. Jitter-wise is wrong. Yeah, here's a Wikipedia page. You see this thing here. You have the call to adventure, supernatural aid. There's threshold here. We have the guardians. Here we have the concept of the mentor and the challenges and temptations. Usually there's a helper or a mentor figure, and so on and so forth. We have the concept of death and rebirth, revelation, transformation, atonement, return, and it turns. A lot of these aspects and ideas you often see, and you often see the concept that a helper comes and helps him and then he dies, and so on. This is same in Tolkien's works to some degree, because Tolkien was trying to make actual mythology, and as a result you have the concept of the circle in also Tolkien's stories a bit. He tried to make mythology, also his stories also use this. Though to be fair, The Hobbit was written before this book came out, and Lord of the Rings of course a bit later, but to be fair, Tolkien was done writing Lord of the Rings 1949 to 51 roundabout, I think, if I'm not completely wrong. So yeah, Tolkien wrote a big part of Lord of the Rings already before this book came out, or he had the chance to read it, so it's not or Tolkien read the book and made his story like this. It was just Tolkien studied mythology, and unconscious, he came to the, or not fully aware, he came to the same structure that is described in this book we know as a hero's journey or monomyth. And yeah, that is kind of the reason why you have a father figure. Tolkien, somebody wrote it in chat and compares Gandalf to Odin. I think that is also something Tolkien wrote in a letter. I have to go to letters, I have to find it. I'm not sure which letter it is though, maybe somebody knows. Subject of a German edition of The Hobbit. I continue to receive letters from poor Horace Engels about a German translation. He does not seem necessary to propose himself as a translator. He has sent me some illustrations of the trolls and Gollum, which, despite certain merits, such as one would expect of a German, are, I fear, too Disneyfied for my taste. Bilbo with a dribbling nose and Gandalf as a figure of vulgar fun rather than an Odinic wanderer that I think of. That's where it comes from. It's a bit complicated. It was 1946, so I don't know. There was an interest in Germany before Tolkien was contacted by Nazi Germany, and yeah, he basically said to them, "Screw you guys, go to hell." I don't like you. But of course, after the defeat of Germany and so on, this became a topic again. And yeah, here we have the word Odinic in this particular letter. It's letter 107, in case you want to read this little section here in the letters of Tolkien. Yeah. You are. Dragon is right there with maybe letter 107. Yeah, it's letter 107. Just found it myself. I had a bit of a fear that it's, and a bit of the fear that the word Odin appears a few more times in the letter, but it just appears 3 times. And 2 times is in the index, funnily enough. But yeah, interestingly, Gandalf, the name Gandalfr, appears in the Poetic Edda. That is where Tolkien took many of the dwarves' names from, borrowed many of the dwarf names from, and Gandalf's name. The Wand Elf, I think, translated. Gandalf. And yeah, Tolkien definitely had the vision with him a little bit of Odin, who also is wandering and so on. There are some cool early depictions of or illustrations how people imagined Odin could look, and they sometimes look very similar to how Gandalf looks or how you would imagine Gandalf. It's kind of interesting. Let's come back to, maybe you said this already, but isn't Ilúvatar also linguistically related to Allfather? Yes, I think it is. Luke, Harry, Aragorn, and Arthur were all orphans who were raised by their uncles. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of parallels like this and stuff like that. So you find these motives a lot in these books, in these stories, in these mythologic stories, and also in Tolkien stories, because Tolkien was deeply rooted in these old texts of mythology. As a linguistic or professor for philology, he of course, especially Old English and so on, but also Old Norse, if you want, like, what did people write down? It's often religious texts or cultural specific texts that also include stories that were important to the people at one time, which is often what we call mythology. And these are the texts that people wrote. We have the Poetic Edda, which is a very important source to understand how the Northern languages once must have worked. Of course, we can also come to some conclusion from our current point, how the languages that came after it developed, like Swedish, Norwegian, and all the Icelandic and so on, all these Northern Germanic languages that are kind of related to Old Norse. So Druid, I hope this kind of answers the question. That's, I think, one of the reasons Tolkien was into mythology. Mythology, it was very fitting to this. I unfortunately skipped like tons of questions. Sometimes you have to repeat your questions. If I did, I forgot it, because otherwise... Oh, sorry, I'm scrolling through the wrong chat. That's the chat you see on screen. It's always a bit complicated. Let me just drink something really quick. So yeah, very good question though. I just came back. Okay, this I have read. There's a message retracted. I'm not sure. Right on paper cover. Tolkien did write on the paper cover, in which he kept the postcard, Der Berggeist, the origin of Gandalf. Yes, I remember now that you mention it. I'm not sure if I have it somewhere. I don't have, of course, the original paper card, but there's a book with some illustration and early stuff I have. I'm not sure if it's in it. But it doesn't matter anyway. Stargate is my favorite depiction of Norse gods in modern context. Yeah, that's actually a really cool idea with the Asgard in Stargate. Also loved the Stargate show, watched it as a, I don't know, when I was quite young on TV. I don't know, the evening were good times. I made a video about it was not a good video, to be honest. It was a bit rushed. I remember about the parallels between Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. And there was also like the early dialogue between Obi-Wan and Luke, I think it was a copy of the early dialogue from The Hobbit between Gandalf and Bilbo. But he had, of course, Lucas feared that it could bring into legal trouble, so he changed it drastically. But it definitely shows that he has read at least The Hobbit. Good morning, said Bilbo, as he meant it. The sun was shining, and the grass was very green. But Gandalf looked at him from under long, bushy eyebrows that stuck out further than the brim of his shady hat. What do you mean, he said. Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning, whether I want it or not, or that you feel good this morning, or that it is a morning to be good on? All of them at once, said Bilbo, and a very fine morning for a pipe of tobacco out of doors into the bargain. If you have a pipe about you, sit down and have a fill of mine. There's no hurry. We have all day before. Something was cut off here from my text. Before us. Then Bilbo sat down on the seat, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, this dialogue section, I think, was also, without the smoking, I guess, was also part of the Star Wars script when it was still called, I think, The Star Wars, or the... I forgot what the name was. Watch my video, I kind of referenced it here. The boss card may be inspired, at least in part, that Gandalf is not supposed to have a mustache, but everyone pretty much draws Gandalf with a mustache, yeah. Gandalf with the beard. Der Berggeist. Was a Bavarian German artist and illustrator, Josef, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, Madlena? Where the stress is. There is also a Wikipedia page of the of this particular thing. I just have to find production-wise. Now let's try it, I guess, this way. Try to really make it as big as I can so I can actually see something on screen. Der Berggeist was drawn over 100 years ago. And where's OBS? Here it is. So here you can see it. This is what it means. He has no mustache, but he has like the beard here. So some people imagine that maybe Gandalf looked potentially similar to that. Who knows? Kind of an interesting detail here. Now that is der Berggeist, as it's called, the mountain ghost spirit. On the Wikipedia page, there's also a drawing of Tolkien. You see him with the beard. It's not 100% clear because the pixel make it very hard to see, but there is a drawing of Tolkien. Maybe I can just link it to you in chat of Gandalf, how he might have looked. to click on all the chats, it's complicated. Hard to tell if he has a mustache here as well. But yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, right, Dragon? Okay, so there was a long discussion of rings of these rings here. Let me just get the question. we are 3 questions beyond that already. So there were so many questions. When it says he's permitted, I follow a lot of follow-up questions. I kind of. I'll read some stuff about Melkor's ring. Melkor's ring is the earth itself. It's not an actual ring. I mean, the world, Ardar, is a circle, so it kind of is a ring, but it's not a classic ring. And it only became like this because Melkor infused the world with his power. Reality was created by Eru Ilúvatar, not necessarily by the Valar. What was already created, the Valar could reshape according to the visions from the music of the Ainur. Was there another question? I don't want to overlook your questions and stuff, but it's often difficult, you know? That's a good point by Joe to the other questions earlier. I think Sam went west in the end, not because of any effect of the ring, rather it was his powerful friendship with Frodo. Yeah, that I guess is also an important point, I think. But the Isildur's race questioners wanted to tell Dreams of Lorien. I mean, it always is nice. Always nice if you have some knowledgeable people there. Maybe the person's just still there. Did Tolkien mention a connection? I'm not aware. Radagast wrote another question about the connection between the dragon fever. The dragon sickness in The Hobbit is, I think, mentioned once or twice in the whole book. It's not fleshed out a lot. I think Peter Jackson fleshed it out a bit more. And there are some indirectional hints towards this. But I could imagine, though, that for sure there are some, like, rings are always kind of cursed and can transform you as a dwarf into a dragon and so on, as you write. So yeah, I think Tolkien most likely, like, he was teaching also the story of Beowulf and was an expert on old English, so Anglo-Saxon, and also as a result had contact to the mythology texts like Beowulf and so on. I am pretty sure that he was well aware of many of these details that inspired him, and that he also used those to work those into his own stories. I was thinking about what does it mean the darkness is coming. Not sure what you mean exactly. I recently watched a fan edit of the Hobbit trilogy, combining them into a single film. Actually enjoyed it. Yeah, I think it's better to just compress everything to one film. Traditionally, orcs were weakened by sunlight. They had to fight under shadow or darkness. Orcs coming mean darkness is coming. Okay, orcs coming means darkness is coming. In a way, I guess, but later in Lord of the Rings, of course, we have a lot of Uruk-hai, which also can fight in sunlight. So, yeah, for sure. Some measures always had to be taken for the orcs. It also makes things very difficult and complicated, I think, with the sunlight. Like, if it's not like, I guess they were melting, but they were drastically weakened under the sunlight. And orc breeds existed that definitely had some resistance to that. Fafnir was one of the dragons you have to fight in God of War Ragnarok. And they told a bit of the story so I had to look into it. That's why I know this the story. Okay, I understand. It's very nice that they also teach you a bit of the story. Not sure how much they might have altered it, but yeah. Yeah, it's true. The Hobbits films have their moments for sure. If you focus on those good moments, you could potentially make a really good one film out of those. Where does the name Radagast come from? Usually I would suppose it has like an old English origin in this case. I'm not 100% sure on Radagast though. It seems though it has Adunaic origin. It's very strange in this regard, because Adunaic was a Numenorean language, or the Numenorean language. It means tender of beasts. Well, it seems like it has a potential Gothic origin. It's not clear what the exact origin of the name Radagast is, unfortunately. John D. Radcliffe also suggests that it may be an Old English name, which means spirit of the road, and consisting of the components Rad, road, and Gast, spirit, angel, human being. That would also... He also suggests that the name of the Gothic king is the most convincing source of inspiration, because John Ronald Reuel Tolkien interest in Gothic language and his knowledge of Gothic history. Tom Shippey mentioned that Edward Gibbon's Decline and the Fall of the Roman Empire stayed in Tolkien's mind, and that Adagaisus is included in its index. There's also Old English name Rudogast, red brown spirit. So multiple interpretation, but there's also that's the name Gothic. Adagaisus, whose name, as noted by is rendered from Adagast in some works of the 18th and 19th century. So there seems to be a Gothic king that also had, or chieftain, that had a kind of a similar name. Very interesting. So yeah, we don't know 100%, but there is a source for, let me just read it. The Unfinished Tales, the E-Study. We are still Tolkien Reading Day, so we, I guess, have to read some Tolkien. Tender of Beasts. Yeah, there it is. I think thus he got... Indeed, of all the Istari, one only remained faithful, and he was the last comer, Gandalf. For Radagast, the Force became enamored of many beasts and birds that dwelt in Middle-earth, and forsook elves and men, and spent his days among the wild creatures. Thus he got his name, which is in the tongue of Numenor of old, Adunaic, and signifies it is said tender of beasts. There's also note 4 when it comes to this, but check note 4. This pass is named only here by the Elvish name. At Rivendell, long after Gimli and the dwarf referred to the High Pass. Interesting. No, I'm the wrong chapter, my mistake. Here, in a very late note on the names of the Istari, Radagast is said to be a name deriving from the men of the Vales of Anduin, not now clearly interpretable. Roscobel, called the old home of Radagast in the Fellowship of the Ring, is said to have been in the forest borders between Carrock and the Old Forest Road. That's note 4 on this. I was on the wrong section of the book. Sorry. Yeah, there's also Radagast in the Slavic tradition as well. It was also mentioned here in the etymology. So a lot of different ways how to interpret, but it's not 100% clear where Tolkien drew his inspiration from. So it's a bit difficult to say. Yeah, definitely the Hobbit adaptation is still a bit different. Excuse me for yawning, it's very late here already. I don't think any Hobbit adaptation included the Mirkwood elves partying in the woods. It gives that classic fairy feel. So yeah, definitely. The fairy, they don't feel like the classic fairies there. And I guess kind of to some degree I think the image of elves also changed a bit in Tolkien's mind over the years from The Hobbit to The Lord of the Rings. So there's that as well. Sauron learned many things from Morgoth, I think. He learned a lot also from Aule, the smith of the Valar. Sauron and Saruman were both people of Aule. Yeah, they both served Aule. And often there's a theory that the ring smithing craft that Sauron possesses is in parts very or it's based on what he learned from Aule, but I think it's definitely more a Morgoth art what the ring is doing there, because it is about dominating others. It's a very evil deed inside the universe. No. It's a very evil deed inside the universe, so it definitely is in this regard a bit not typical for Aule, let's put it that way. I'm not sure for the lack of a better word here. There's the Hobbit singing, "Oh, what you're doing is great." Yeah. Elves in The Hobbit are quite whimsical, silly, fun-loving. Yeah, they're definitely very different. And I think what Peter Jackson tried to make it more aligned with Lord of the Rings. And so the elves also in The Hobbit adaptation appear more like Lord of the Rings elves. Wasn't there another question, chat? But all in concerning the Horde, John Tolkien wrote about dragon sickness / curse, but all dragon hordes were cursed and bred in men the dragon spirit. Thingol looked at the horde and the dragon curse began. Jackson's elves feel too devoid of emotions to me, especially Legolas and Elrond. I can see it kind of with Legolas. I think Elrond we see a bit too little. I really like how Elrond is portrayed, I have to admit. Also like how when Elrond meets Gandalf and he rides back, or he's coming back to Rivendell and meets Gandalf and the dwarves there in the Hobbit film. It's always a very friendly greeting. I kind of like that. Of course, it's still a bit different. They try to portray the elves definitely in a certain way. So I see what you mean there. They're definitely less whimsical and so on as in the Hobbit for sure. Yeah, that is true. Aloof is a good word, I think, to describe it. Hey, don't worry, Jack. We'll let you enjoy the Q&A, even though you have currently not the time to write much. Galadriel was Calaquendi, I think is the name. Who have seen the tree's light, and then there are the Moriquendi, those who did not see the light. But yeah, also a classic quote we often read here is when it comes to the power that Sauron possesses and talking about the rings and so on. We talked about a moment about Aule and what Saruman might have learned there. And in my recent video, we discuss a bit Saruman's ring, and there I also kind of make the same point. If you haven't seen it, feel free to check it out on the channel. It's a pretty good video in my opinion. Unfortunately, did not get as many views as I hoped it would get, to be fair. Performed a bit weak, but whatever. Sometimes videos don't perform. If you haven't seen it, I can also link it in chat. But one point about why I think, and I also made about why Saruman had trouble making a powerful ring for himself. Is the following line we find in Morgoth's ring. Let me see if I find... It's Myths Transformed 7, I think. And there we can read about that in the world, and especially Middle-earth, or the whole world except the oceans, I guess, it was this Morgoth element, so Morgoth's power inside the world, that damaged it. The concept of Arda damaged, Arda marred, as Tolkien calls it. It was this Morgoth element in matter, indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. So a lot of the evils that Sauron created, most of, pretty much all of them, they were based on this concept of Morgoth's power inside the world becoming his Morgoth ring, so to say. It's a great video, very interesting. Thank you, Lucas. Much appreciated. I wouldn't say necessarily racist but highly skeptical of the ability of men because he has seen Isildur fail to destroy the ring against his advice. Of course, in the book that is different, but I think from a writing perspective it makes sense to kind of have this little conflict here between him and Aragorn and his view in men and having to be convinced. So as a result, Elrond also has a little character development in the background that Peter Jackson tried to do, which is not in the book, of course, but I think for the film it kind of makes sense. It's like a change I can at least somewhat understand. Makes Elrond a more interesting character in this context on how film simply works. And you need a little bit of development here from one position to Elrond forging the sword for Aragorn, giving him the sword, gives him the prophecy or reminds him of it, and helps as a result Aragorn to fulfill his fate, so to say, even though it's a bitter end or a bitter parting than at the end for Elrond, as described in my Who is Elrond video at the end. There's a place where Frodo Sam approaching the Black Gate. Exhaust and rest in a round pit with black ooze in the bottom. Is this pit supposed to be a demonic parody of Galadriel's mirror? That's a good question. Maybe. It's definitely an interesting theory, Joe. Yeah, they changed. I mean, Aragorn is also a completely different character in the books versus the films, but it works. You need the character development for it. Like in the books, when we meet Aragorn, he already has his complete character development completed at this point. He wants to become the king, and he wants to marry Arwen, and he wants to be together with her, and he wants to have his sword restored, which happens after the Council of Elrond, and then he does all these deeds necessary to basically finish everything there at the end and complete his quest, so to say, of becoming the king of Gondor and Arnor again and restore everything. Maybe we have to look into the Black Ooze section. Is it called Black Ooze in... Potentially not. Not sure if I find it in the book. The Black Gate is closed should be the passage, right? The chapter, right? There was a question about the towers Mordor. If Minas Morgul could look into Mordor, and I think I'm not sure if it is possible. We would need to look at Karen Fonsted's Atlas because she potentially did the most work out of it. Maybe it was Venom. That's also another possibility. I mean, it can work, but Elrond's role was not very big, but a bit bigger than other side characters. It's always better. It's sometimes better if you have a little bit of conflict on different opinions that makes things interesting versus everybody agrees on the same thing and let's just do that. Like in the film, I think Elrond says to Gandalf that the ring can't stay here; it has to go somewhere. And this is kind of a vehicle to portray the scene to say, I was there, Gandalf. Or we have the sound here actually available as a channel sound.
I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago.
And then he tells the story. So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Joe. Okay, now I have to search everything. In the meantime, just grab a drink here. Which chapter is it though? Oh, it's a passage. It's the passage of the marshes. Too weary to go further, they sought for some place where they could rest. For a while they sat without speaking under the shadow of a mound of slag, but foul fumes leaked out of it, catching their throats and choking them. Gollum was the first to get up, spluttering and cursing. He rose, and without a word or a glance at the hobbits, he crawled away on all fours. Frodo and Sam crawled after him until they came to a wide, almost circular pit. High banked upon the west, it was cold and dead, and a foul sump of oily, many-colored ooze lay on at its bottom. In this evil hole they cowered, hoping in its shadow to escape the attention of the eye. The day passed slowly. A great thirst troubled them, but they drank only a few drops from their bottles, last filled in the gully, which now, as they looked back in thought, seemed to them a place of peace and beauty. The hobbits took it in turn to watch. At first, tired as they were, neither of them could sleep at all. But as the sun far away was climbing down into a slow-moving cloud, Sam dozed. It was Frodo's turn to be on guard. He lay back on the slope of the pit, but that did not ease the sense of burden that was on him. He looked up, and the smoke-streaked sky saw strange phantoms, dark riding shapes and faces out of the past. He lost count of time, hovering between sleep and waking, until forgetfulness came over him. Hey, Otaku-senpai, nice to see you. Yeah, it's an interesting way. In a way, it's kind of a twisted version of that mirror scene, I guess. Maybe. It's an interesting idea to draw a parallel here with this circular room and this black ooze and so on. A good observation. A lot like trench warfare for sure. Tolkien, like, yeah, definitely also processed some of his of the experiences he made during World War I for sure in some of his writings. You find it here and there again. and potentially not only processed, but also used his memories to portray how it is in war. Like many fantasy writers write about war, but have not been in actual war, with I guess some exceptions. But yeah, Tolkien fighting in World War One, which must have been pretty brutal, and also, even though already retired at this point, I guess, have seen also World War Two, one of the most devastating wars mankind known to mankind. So that's an experience that Tolkien can use to portray these scenes that for sure very few others can. Let me just look back here to the streaming stuff. Frodo has a pleasant, restful dream in this terrible place. I think maybe Galadriel provided help, the helpful dream. Yeah, potentially. There's a lot of interesting or helpful dreams that Frodo has in the book that sometimes are also visions almost. Like, for example, Frodo has a dream of, I think it was Frodo, a dream of Gandalf being rescued from the top of Orthanc by Gwaihir and so on. Very interesting. Taku Senpai, hi. I've been wondering about ogres. Are ogres real creatures in the final version of Tolkien's Legendarium? That's a good question, to be honest. That's a very good question, I think. Right, let us see what we can find. We'll just try to find something really quick. Currently searching. Wait a moment. Yeah, that's the first question. What's the difference between an ogre and a troll? A good question already. I don't know, to be honest. Is there a difference? We know that trolls exist for sure. Yeah, exactly. In regards to Riddles of the Dark, there, I think ogres are mentioned. I think in Lord of the Rings, let me just search. Lord of the Rings only knows progress, but no ogres. That's not what I'm looking for. I mean, I'm still searching, chat. One takes a moment. So there is there's a reader's companion of Lord of the Rings, and in the reader's companion, wait, I think I have it somewhere. One moment, chat. Sorry. Let me just get here my stuff back. There's a reader's companion of the Lord of the Rings. This beautiful book here. Can recommend it, very interesting. And there is a section called the nomenclature of the Lord of the Rings. There is, I think I found it. There's a section on page 770. You can find it. I'm not sure if you see it. Potentially it's too small here to see with the camera and stuff, but don't want to film it anyway. And it's about what a nomenclature. Basically, this is for translators to kind of allow them to translate certain things. A good example is Butterbur, which in German translated by word would be Stinkwurz, but his name is actually Butterblume, which in English is, I don't know, what is Butterblume in English? Buttercup. So in the German Barleyman Butterbur is called Barleyman Buttercup in the German translation, because Butterbur in German is not called Butterbur. It has not the word butter in it. But in the nomenclature, Tolkien writes about this name. Let me see if I find it. Maybe I don't find it, chat. But it should have the... Butterbur, so far as I know, not found as a name in England, though butter is so used as well as combinations in origin and place names such as Butterfield. These have in the tale been modified to fit the generally botanical names of Brie to the plant name Butterbur. If the popular name for this contains an equivalent of butter, so much the better. Otherwise, use another plant name containing butter, as German Butterblume, Butterbaum, Dutch Butterblume, or referring to a fat, big plant. The Butterbur is a fleshy plant with heavy flower head on thick stalk and very large leaves. Butterbur's first name, Barleyman, is simply an altered spelling of barley and man, suitable to an innkeeper and ale brewer, and should be translated. So this is a note for the translators, basically. And it's a good example how would you translate a name. And Tolkien has some suggestions for some names for the language. Interestingly, he even suggests Butterblume himself. So for the German translation, funnily enough. And a few pages, this is actually a few pages later. I have to find it again, shit. Yeah, that was character names. This is now the nomenclature for places, and they are the Attendales. Meant to be a CS, not Elvish. So CS is the abbreviation here for common speech name, not Elvish. Though it contains an obsolete element, etten, which means troll, ogre. This should be retained, except in... now I have to look up what LT means. So many abbreviations here. LT, which used in translation, language, the translated language. Except in the translation, which preserves a form of the same word, as in Danish jette or Swedish. I'm not sure if it's pronounced my Swedish, but it's, I guess, also jette, Icelandic jötun in Icelandic. and so on and so forth. So he gives many examples here for. So at moor here has the northern sense of high barren land. So Tolkien gives sometimes these details. What's interesting, because we have not many mentions of the ogre, it's interesting that he says, we know the Etten moors in this regard, that Etten means troll or ogre. It is the land close to Hrudauer, which translates to troll shores. We can look at the map actually, so we have some production going on again. And people know what I'm actually talking about. So it's map time again. We have this beautiful map of the Third Age, and there the name appears called Hrudauer. And let me just see if I can get this here to work. Yes. So here we have Hrudauer, here we have the Etten moors, and so on. And yeah, Hrudauer translates troll shore, or troll shores, which also appears here as a name for this, where Bilbo meets the trolls, which is very interesting. And in the translation, Tolkien says that this Etten moor means trolls, but it can also mean ogre. It's kind of a stretch and a bit interpretation heavy, I guess, but I would assume that Tolkien uses this stuff kind of synonymously in a way. So when they talk about an ogre, he could mean a troll actually. And especially, I think at the time of The Hobbit, his vocabulary is still a bit loose and less, I wouldn't say not less consistent, but in the widest sense, because in the Hobbit book, the trolls are still called, the orcs are still called goblins, which is a term he rarely uses then later in Lord of the Rings. There he went over to referring with the name trolls, so orcs. So as a result, I could imagine that with ogre, a troll is meant, because I currently can't tell you what the difference between an ogre and a troll is. I think in some mythology, ogres have only one eye, right? A troll made of ants. Trolls were made in mockery of ants, but not necessarily of ants, I think. Not sure how they were made. A very long article about the origin of this here. Just trying to find the arguments here. Let me just see what chat has to say, because I sometimes miss reading chat here. Okay, thanks, don't. No problem. In case it was directed at me. No, it was not. It was at Otaku Senpai. Yeah, an early, Gosmog was once the son of Morgoth, but and an ogress. That's an interesting, yeah. That's interesting with the ogress. We will also mention something about werewolves, yeah, from the Far East. I never knew if they were tremor-style sandworms or men that turn into worms. Hard to tell. Dictionary of definition of ogre: hideous giant of fairy tales and folklore that feeds on human beings. Sounds like Bilbo's three trolls to me. Yes, for sure. Like, I think the three trolls could also be called the three ogres or something like that. Isn't there somewhere in mythology also the idea that ogres only have one eye? Anybody knows anything about that? But yeah, the early drafts. Hey, Marty, nice to see you. Yeah, werewolves also in Tolkien's world do not transform into men. That is true. But the etymology of werewolf is man-wolf, basically. But in Tolkien's universe, those are more powerful demonic wolves that are not wolves like. They have maybe the spirit of a man in them, but they are in physical form, they are wolves, just bigger, more powerful, more scary. I would assume it would be the same with werewolves. I think in this stage, like, this is always like what I call a leftover kind of thing, because Tolkien in his early writings, when it comes to the Hobbit, he potentially had a mind to have it, to place it in his universe, and he borrowed a lot of names like Gondolin and Turgon and so on. Some of these names appear in the Hobbit as well, and he borrowed them from his Silmarillion ideas, let's call them that way. And as a result, the were in werewolf means man, actually. So werewolf means man-wolf, translated. Exactly, Jack. Black. And where was I? So the werewolf. The werewolves, I would assume it's potentially also evil men spirits, evil spirit inside these worms doing things, whatever that means. However, Tolkien, like, if we read very early versions of this particular text, werewolf, werewolf, young Frankenstein. Not bad. Let me just think. What was the point I was making? Early versions of the Hobbit. There's the history of the Hobbit, and in the history of the Hobbit, there's an early unpublished manuscript for the Hobbit, and so it's kind of interesting what in the text originally was written. "Pardon me," he said, "if I have overheard some words that you were saying. I cannot pretend to understand it all, but I think I am right in believing that you think I'm no good. I'm not, but I will be. I have no magic signs on my door, and I'm sure you have come to the wrong house." That's what Bilbo says. But treat it as the right one. Tell me what you wish me to do, and I will try it. If I have to walk from here to the great desert of Gobi and fight the wild wireworms of the Chinese. I had a great uncle, Bull Rubber Took, and so on and so forth. And yeah, there was also cancelled Hindu Kush. So in the very early writings or the manuscript of The Hobbit, you definitely see some very modern stuff. Like you have China there, you have the wild wire worms of China. I think this is, in my opinion, my interpretation of it is a bit kind of a word play that Tolkien made. He had in its origin, he said wild wire worms. Whatever Tolkien had there in mind. You know, the dragons in Chinese history, they're more like a wire, I guess. You also have the idea of people under this, you know, this cloak pretending to be a dragon. If you have seen some of these classic Jackie Chan movies, I think it's Master of All Classes or something like that. I'm not sure what it's called in English. Meister aller Klassen, I think it's in German. Whatever. They are always named in different in these versions. No, it's not Master of All. Let me just look it up. Jackie Chan Meister aller Klassen. What's the film called in English? Because they are the translation of the titles are a complete mess. The Young Master, it's in English. So if you've seen Jackie Chan's The Young Master, you have the lion dance competition scene, very famous scene there, and yeah, though it's I guess a lion, but not a dragon. But yeah, the dragons also kind of look like that, if that makes sense. Wait, he mentions China. This is in the manuscript, an early manuscript of The Hobbit. When it comes to this, like this is a manuscript of it's not published. It's not the official version of The Hobbit. Even the original, like we have it. I have it here as well. Getting out all my books here. But it's Tolkien Reading Day anyway. There's this beautiful replica of the first edition of The Hobbit. And it looks like this, with this beautiful dust jacket, and you have this fancy green book. There's even a correction on it that was made originally and stuff like this. So yeah, but this is the book. I just have to find the page, to be honest. Might be the most difficult part now. But even this is the first edition from 1937, a replica of it. And let me just see if I find where the wereworms are. I guess we're getting sidetracked heavily again, but I guess that's the concept of my stream for the most part. The wild werewolves in the last desert. And you see the iterations that took that this here took. The map on it, kind of in the middle of the chapter. It is after the song. No, that's. I hope I find it, chat. I don't know the page, unfortunately. It's also like a one-time appearance in the books. Here's a song. Unexpected Party is a chapter of, obviously, but the question is which page it is. Bull, Rora, Glorfimbull. So yeah, here in the original 1937 version, like there's a lot of changes here. Mostly, the biggest change, I guess, is in the chapter Riddles in the Dark. But yeah, great. It's page 29 for people who also have the version. As soon as I saw your funny faces on the doorstep, I had my doubts, but treat it as the right one. Tell me what you want done, and I will try it if I have to walk from here to the east of East and fight the wild wereworms in the last desert. I had a great grand-uncle once Bull Rora took, and yes, but that was long ago, said Gloin. and so on and so forth. So that even in the originally published version of The Hobbit, we already have the wereworms, not the wild wire worms from China. Tolkien tried to move it a bit down to real-world references in the book, but it's very interesting that Tolkien, in very early drafts, this is an early draft version of The Hobbit, so to say, had these parts in mind. Very fascinating, I think. Yeah, like it's potentially not fully meant to tie perfectly in, and that makes everything that is in The Hobbit always a bit strange to what do we do with it. It was not originally potentially not planned to be full part of his legendarium. He might have had the idea to have it be a part of his legendarium, and maybe at some point in his life Tolkien thought this should be part of the Silmarillion, or should place at the time of Ingol. There is definitely a very famous theory that also Mr. Radcliffe in History of the Hobbit inspects or kind of looks if there's evidence for it. But yeah, it definitely does not try. Mongolian death worm known locally as Alhoi. Okay, I have no idea how Mongolian language works. Alkoi, Korokoi, something like this, I'm not sure. Large intestine worm. It's a legendary creature said to inhabit the southern Gobi Desert. Interesting. Real world wireworms are solid dwellings, larval stage click beetles known to be destructive pests and feed on the roots and tubes of various crops. The wireworms are larvae. Okay, have both copied the article, I think. Damaging crops like potatoes, and carrots. Sam would hate them, definitely. Yeah, very interesting how they became, wireworms became wereworms. If you know German, I recommend the Fable vom Werwolf, der ein Wie-Wolf sein wollte. The werewolf that wants to be a How-Wolf. Funny. I was thinking that the wereworms might have been dragons infused with evil spirits or corrupted Maya. It's a bit difficult to imagine what the imagination of Tolkien there exactly was, but he had definitely something very exotical and, I don't know, East Asian, somewhat like that in mind when he So it could be like a literal worm. It could also be something like a dragon. I don't know what Tolkien had in mind there. I can imagine a lot of things when I read this, but it at the end became China, became or Gobi became the last desert. And yeah, it's a very fascinating topic, I think. Yeah, from here to the great desert of Gobi and find the wild worms of the Chinese, wireworms. He also tuned down the great uncle to great granduncle. But it's very fascinating to read these early werebore stuff, definitely. We looked up the same source. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I confused it with the Cyclops, right? The Cyclops has one eye. German Cyclop. Oder Kyklop. Very interesting. Is a Cyclops an ogre, though? I think I know it then from Dark Souls. Cyclops, one who sees from one cycle. That's a good, cool etymology, to be honest. Yeah, Cyclops means one eye, right? One circle. Shrek is an ogre. That is true. I don't think, though, that Tolkien had Shrek in mind. But maybe he has. But yeah, I think that the point was it's a really interesting question, I think. Due to the knowledge we got from the nomenclature, I think it's pronounced, the word I never use in English, so sorry, Nomenklatur in German. And it seems like he potentially might use those synonymously, and it would be interesting. Wait, we could maybe look into something else. That's often how I do research stuff. When I have like a video and want to learn, is there more stuff available? There's this book here. It's the History of Middle-earth Index. I'm not sure I can read it, but yeah. Maybe I'm not sure if ogre is actually in this book. But I would be curious. And it sometimes helps to have a look here and see if we find something. The problem is I'm not good at alphabet. It doesn't look like it, to be honest. There's no ogre. Oath. Obel Halat. That's a name I haven't read in a long time. Odo, Okba, Ogden, Odysseus, Ogodrus, Ochta, Ochtor, Oikeroi, I have no idea where the stress. Oikeroi, I think. A cat, Thane of Tevildo, slain by Huan. No, there's no ogre in the History of Middle-earth books. Would be interesting if in early Lord of the Rings writings, Tolkien maybe also called the trolls ogres at some point, or at one time, and used this synonymously. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of an accident when Tolkien, like in The Hobbit, a lot of terms are not fully standardized, like orcs still being called goblins. I could imagine Tolkien said, yeah, ogres, trolls, whatever. Here, Attendale also means troll, ogre, it's the same. So I think he uses this maybe synonymously. Very interesting question, but that's the best answer I can currently come up with. I think the Cyclops were born alongside the Titans and God. That's definitely possible. My knowledge of the Cyclops origin is not that really there. Yeah, that's also another possibility that the ogres. We can also read the. I think we haven't read the section where ogres actually appear, which is in the Hobbit. And yeah, poor Bilbo sat in the dark, thinking of all the horrible names of all the giants and ogres he had ever heard told of in tales, but not one of them had done all these things. He had a feeling that the answer was quite different, and that he thought to know it, but he could not think of it. Yeah, we still have... We can maybe look into the first edition of... I think I would be surprised if it's not also ogres there. Like, sometimes very interesting. I'm not sure it is, where is it in the book? Riddles, of course, but where in the riddles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pages, maybe 12 pages into riddles in the dark. Oh yeah, there's a... Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, it's also ogres. Poor Bilbo sat in the dark, thinking of all the horrible names of all giants and ogres he had ever heard told of in tales. And so on. So it's the same in the original published version. Now the next point to maybe check, which could be interesting, would be the History of Middle-earth book, if there's any information in the writing process mentioning ogres. Okay, so what do we find here? Also known as Glamhoth, or people of hate. Goblins seem to be one of the Uvanimor, the monster folk bred in the earth by Melko, a category that includes monsters, giants, and ogres, and early on possibly dwarves as well. Book of Lost Tales. Book of Lost Tales, ogres are still a thing. Yeah. By contrast, a much more traditional view surfaces in the next chapter when Bilbo is trying to think of the answer to Gollum's last riddle. This thing all things devours. His mind was filled with all the horrible names of all the giants and ogres he had ever heard told of in tales. Here we can plainly see the echoes of such traditional tales as Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Killer, with their murderous man-eating giants. Note 18. Or go further back, the story of King Arthur's battle with the giant of Mont Saint-Michel, retold by both Geoffrey of Monmouth and Mallory. Or further still, the story of Odysseus outwitting the Cyclops, whether called ogres, trolls, cyclopses, or giants. Cannibalistic giant folk loom large in the folklore of Europe. So yeah, that's actually true. So that giant folk, as Mr. Radcliffe calls it here, it's in a lot of mythology in Europe, and they eat men, and however you will call them, in their function and way they are kind of similar. So that he comes to quite a similar conclusion than us here, I guess. Okay, that's also interesting. The etymology of ogre. Ogre is as French origin. And interestingly, from Latin Orcus, god of the underworld, from ancient Horcos, however it's pronounced, the personified demon of oath, who inflicts punishment upon oath breakers. Hey, too nice to see you in the German Twitch chat. Formerly an ogre, the French equivalent of a Norse troll, writes Redliff here. So you can definitely see the parallels here. Very interesting. Now I haven't looked in chat for quite some time. Sorry, chat. But I needed to. It's quite possible that the Wilbur's ogres were, exactly, entirely legendary. Same with the werewolves. Exactly. Wilbur's werewolves reference always sounded to me like a children's story. Yes, he was told and naive enough to believe. Yeah, for sure, 100%. A reflection of the sheltered life he had lived. Ogres seem to be even larger than trolls, but it is uncertain, or an ancient Hobbit legend based on some other creatures. Yeah, definitely. So I hope this kind of answers the question. I'm not sure how we even got there. Perhaps ogres came as troll giant hybrids. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think Tolkien used them somewhat synonymously. He does not make a specific distinction. He mentions both as possible translations for Etten and the Ettenmoors, the Troll Shores. So I don't know. Probably getting tired here, chat. A bit at least. But that was a really cool question, chat. Thanks for asking that and getting here. Sometimes very interesting to look in these very little tiny text details of Tolkien and find out what's going on. The Hobbit was definitely not meant to tie in with the lore Tolkien created. Yeah, definitely, Lucas, there was also an answer to you. And interesting that giants get no mention in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, ogres and also giants, I think, are not mentioned in Lord of the Rings again. But the stone giants... Let me see how often we find the word giant in Lord of the Rings. Now here we have the Mumak mentioning, I'm not sure which chapter it is. It is of herbs and stewed rabbit. The ruins of what seemed a very war tower lay upon his heaving back, smashed in his furious passage through the woods, and high upon his neck still desperately clung a tiny figure, the body of a mighty warrior, a giant among the Swertings. One on the great... So often, yeah, as a size comparison, like here, a giant among those. Giant oaks. Gandalf had promised the dark mass of Mount Mindolluin, the deep purple shadows of its high glens, and its tall face withering in the rising day. And upon its out-thrust knee was the guarded city, with 7 walls of stone so strong and old that it seems to have been not built by, but carven by giants out of the bones of the earth. Some held that they were not trolls, but giant orcs, but the Uruk-hai were in fashion of body and might, quite unlike even the largest of orc kind, whom they far surpassed in size and power. Trolls they were, but filled with the evil will of their master, a fell race, strong, agile, fierce, and cunning, but harder than stone. Unlike the older race of the Twilight, they could endure the sun, so long as the will of Sauron held sway over them. They spoke little, and the only tongue that they knew was the black speech of Barad-dûr. That's Appendix F, I think. Yeah, it's Appendix F. No, it's always a comparison. No, just going. Best examples. The Black Trolls, yeah, the Uruk-hai. Also appear in Shadow of Mordor, or Shadow of War. And there they also speak only black speech, which is correct as to what is written in Appendix F. Pretty cool reference there. Short of finding a reference by Tolkien himself, it seems that the question of August and Middle-earth is unanswerable. Yeah, definitely. Like, we can only speculate about, and I think the most likely idea is, well, it's from The Hobbit. Tolkien did not think this through, and we have a nomenclature hint that you could interpret in a way that orcs and ogres and trolls are kind of the same. The Tolkien scholar who wrote history of, or composed History of the Hobbit and did the research there, like, it's not a book by Christopher Tolkien, but by John D. Rateliff. It's quite big. That is, yeah, John D. Rateliff had also definitely a Tolkien scholar who knows his stuff. So it's a very fascinating work, in my opinion. I have it here as well. Oh, sorry for getting up. I have to go to the bookshelf. Yeah, it has a script of The Hobbit. It's quite a big book in comparison to, I don't know, some of the other books we have, to The Hobbit or something. Like, the top book is The Hobbit first edition. Like, that's usually your size of your Hobbit book, but yeah, this thing is like more like the Lord of the Rings. It's really massive, but it's a complete Hobbit script in it, and with comments, and it's very interesting work by Mr. John D. Rateliff. Not sure I've pronounced his name right, but it's a cool work. very fascinating as well. Tolkien's description of Sauron warriors has aged like milk. Yeah, maybe, I guess they have. Yeah, there are also things in the Silmarillion, of course. I'm not sure if the Silmarillion, the published Silmarillion, has... I did not find anything, but there are no ogres in it, I think. No. No, nothing. The reference does beg the question of whether there might have been real half-trolls. Yeah, I don't know. Like, these are some very specific edge cases always that are not widely mentioned in the book, or in the books. And as a result, that is always a bit strange. You know, it's... Sometimes you... Like... I think the origin of orcs from the writing perspective is he needed like a definitely infinite supply on bad guys or infinite supply and forces that help the bad guy, in this guy Melkor, for his rebellion, so to say, and doing stuff. Like you need enemies. So where do they come from? Well, the stories is often written from the perspective of the heroes, not from the enemies. So he doesn't need to tell us in detail where they come from. He still composed some text about it, but also got a lot of trouble, to say the least, to kind of solve this. If you'd like a quiz question, where is Hedgehog mentioned in The Lord of the Rings? And that's tough without looking up, I guess. The first mention of a hedge would be when they go to the old forest. No, it's not the first mention of the hedge, but the first mention that comes to my mind. I'm not sure if though a hedgehog is mentioned there. Is Chris a full troll or half troll? Welcome, Balder. Nice to see you on the German Twitch chat. Yeah, I guess more like a full troll, I think. I think I might be quite off there. The land was originally unprotected from the east, but on that side they had built a hedge, the High Hay. It had been planted many generations ago and was now thick and tall, for it was constantly tended. It ran all the way from Brandywine Bridge in a big loop curving away from the river to Haysend, where the Withywindle flowed out of the forest into the Brandywine, well over 20 miles from end to end. But of course, it was not a complete protection. The forest drew close to the hedge in many places. The Bucklanders kept their doors locked after dark, and that also was not unusual in the Shire. So that's the first hedge when I heard hedgehog that comes to my mind. But the animal, the cute animal, I'm not sure where the first mention is. Very curious. If somebody knows in chat. If I search for it, okay, I would have not guessed that. Okay, that is funny. I'm not sure if that is the answer. I have conjectured that the Southron warriors in the Battle of the Pelennor fields used war paint and other techniques to look especially fearsome. Yeah, for sure. I guess that's kind of a classic method. We also see in nature that some animals can boast themselves up or change their color, whatever, to look either to be harder to detect or to look more fearsome. But yeah, so searching for hedgehog in Lord of the Rings brings a surprising detail. It appears only one time in the book. I can maybe read it. At that moment, the great black shape of Unborn loomed up behind him and came down on him. A large, strong hand took him in the nape of the neck and pinned him. He twisted round like lightning and like lightning, all wet and slimy as he was, wriggling like an eel, biting and scratching like a cat. But two more men came up out of the shadows. "Hold still," said one, "or we stick you as full of pins as a hedgehog. Hold still." Gollum went limp and began to whine and weep. They tied him none too gently. "Easy, easy," said Frodo. And so on. So yeah, that is the Forbidden Pool scene, right? They might have even consumed narcotic berries that boosted their courage and dyed their tongues bright red. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I guess that explains their red tongues, which Tolkien's often kind of mentions. Interesting idea. Okay, Joe confirms that this is the answer. I would not have guessed it though, not in a million years. But yeah, now reading the section, yeah, remember the mentioning we stick you as full of pins as a hedgehog. That's a good one. Hedgehogs seems like a strange reference for me from America. Are there hedgehogs in Europe? Yes, for sure. In Germany we have definitely hedgehogs. Very popular. We call them eagle, though. For example, if you curl up into a ball, or I don't know, if you try to hide yourself in a very protective way, you know, where you can defend very well and are protected and try to hide and so on. In German, we have the word einigeln, so to hedgehog yourself, basically. The eagle has not landed well. Yeah, eagle, interestingly, there's the English word eagle, which means, which is a bird. A famous bird, I should say. In German, eagle would be Adler, and hedgehog would be eagle, which is, I guess, confusing, but I think I must go to sleep. Last night went quite little sleep, so must try to sleep a little bit longer. Yeah, I wish and better. I wish you a good night, Mari. Sleep well, rest well. I hope you get good rest at the night. Thank you for joining. I hope I didn't overread too many messages of you. Sorry for that. Was not on purpose for sure, but while reading the stuff, I can't read the chat, so I always miss quite a few messages. It's kind of the problem. Was Gandalf a reference to pop guns at Bag End in The Hobbit? Gandalf's reference to pop guns. Arthurian Ascension. How would you know the term? Yeah, that is also a topic we were asked a moment, like a moment ago, potentially a bit longer ago. Carefully, you said. It's not like it is not like you, Bilbo, to keep friends waiting on the mat and then open the door like a pop gun. Let me introduce Bifor, Bofor, Bombor, and especially Thorin. At your service, said Bifor, Bofor, and Bombor, standing in a row. Pin start, same reference, yeah, maybe. Yeah, so, some of these, like, we had, like, Tolkien in his early Lord of the Rings universe writing stages, there are, like, tons of reference. As this line shows, the Hobbit's trademark mix of familiar and strange is perhaps at its strongest in this chapter. Reference to pop guns, trains, tea parties, and familiar names from days of the week, like alongside wizards, dwarves, dragons, and hobbits, just as the wild wireworms of the Chinese is juxtaposed, whatever that word, I've never read this word, against the Battle of the Green Fields and the goblins from Mount Gram. Tolkien had good precedent of his methods of for his mentions of tobacco and tomatoes. Even the brother Grimm allowed potatoes and contemporary coaches into their folk tales. Some of the so-called anachronisms, however, are nothing of the sort, as it is the narrator, not one of the characters in the story, who compares the scream welling up inside Bilbo's to a train whistle. Just as in Lord of the Rings, it is again the narrator who compares noise made by the firework dragon to an express train rushing by. So, yeah, these references exist. There are very little of them. Some Tolkien tried to remove, like the tomatoes and tomatoes, whatever it's pronounced. Yeah, it's just leftovers, and the pop gun, of course, is also something like that. Also here in Finland, we have hedgehogs. Good night, everybody. Yeah, I can believe. Potentially, I would be surprised if hedgehogs, if there are some countries in Europe where they are not at home. I'm not sure in the warmer parts of Europe. Yeah. Yeah, this far in the north they might not be, but yeah. Potatoes was a good change. Chips at least can be seen as an edition by Tolkien the Translator. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess he left those maybe also as mysteries and so on. But I don't mind those changes too much. A bit ironic that Gollum is threatened to be stuck full of pins by Faramir's men, when this is just how Boromir died. Yeah, that's an interesting thing you notice there. Tolkien liked to leave many things unexplained and mysterious, like the nameless things, Tom Bombadil, magic in general. Yeah, there are a lot of elements that Tolkien. There's some stuff that is very well explained and has a lot of detail to it, and there's some elements that are not explained at all. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, Bilbo did own a mantle clock, though. I wonder if that was dwarf made. Potentially, potentially not. I mean, we definitely have to see the whole Shire as an anachronism, because the idea from a writing perspective for sure was that the reader can identify with the hobbits. So they had to bring those hobbits closer to their time and idea. Like if you compare this to the people of Rohan, somebody said Rohan is very Beowulf-like in many ways, and so on. And yes, the idea of Rohan is more like the Anglo-Saxons in ancient times, and that is definitely a thing. Just notice something which I should know. I changed it. I think that's good. Mechanical clock seems to be within the abilities of the dwarves. Yeah, you could definitely make a statement in this direction for sure. Boromir is the hedgehog, Faramir is the fox. There's a very short... There's a fable on the hedgehog and the fox, which in my opinion applies quite well to Faramir versus Boromir. Boromir is the hedgehog, Faramir is the fox. I think I know what you mean. I'm still surprised that Jackson did not find some way to work the Barrow Downs into Fellowship of the Ring. I think he tried, but he felt like it was very difficult for him to bring Tom Bombadil into the story and make that part work. And also length is, I think, a problem. The Lord of the Rings film, especially the first one, if you're new to this, it takes a long time until it starts going. There's so much exposition and stuff happening. It's very difficult to bring so much exposition chapters into a film without getting too boring to focus on exposition. Sometimes stuff have to happen, and the whole story of the Barrow Downs, that's all it does basically is it gives Frodo and his friends swords. That's basically the biggest part for the story. So it made sense to unfortunately cut it out. However, what is interesting in this context for sure marsh whites in the dead marshes. Yeah. This is also a far more interesting constellation there, I think. But yeah, maybe we should talk as one of the last topics for today, because we're already in 3 hours. We might talk for a moment or two about it, is the recent news we got about Stephen Colbert to be a writer on a Lord of the Rings related movie that airs potentially after sometime after the Hunt for Gollum. The Hunt for Gollum is, we got an update by Peter Jackson, and he had a special guest, and then it was revealed. It was a big surprise. When somebody in my German Twitch chat was like streaming, playing Elden Ring or something, and yeah, I think it was Emery, shoutouts, wrote in chat, yes, there's some news about, I don't know, a new Lord of the Rings movie written by Stephen Colbert and his son. I said, okay, is it already April Fool's Day or something? That is something I had not on my bingo card at all. Sounds like completely crazy. Not that I not can imagine that Stephen Colbert is not capable of writing a good movie, but it's just, I don't know, it came so out of nowhere, and the combination was so unusual, it felt a bit unreal, you know what I mean? It was like that. I think I posted it on the Discord. You can join it if you so desire. And I don't know. Wait, I need to find an article that I can here show to some viewers of something to show. Turns out showing stuff is always not a bad idea. One moment, chat. Where's OBS? Need my production stuff here. Yeah, we had this news here, which we can also maybe discuss for a moment. It's unclear whether Eleanor is being used as a framing device. Yeah, potentially. Whether will have an active role in the story. Who knows? apparently it will focus on Sam's daughter Eleanor learning about the events that were not included in the Fellowship movie. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. There's a lot of potential, especially with going back. Like, if he, like, in this thing here, there's an interview with Peter Jackson.
Well, hi everybody.
Let me just see in which. Oh, I need to. Sorry, chat. I have to produce my.
I thought it was time to give you all a Hunt for Gollum update. The first of many.
Can hear it.
And Andy Serkis has been busy designing the film. He's going to direct it and obviously play Gollum.
It was posted on X, I think. Philippa Boynes. And so on.
Together really well, and I think it's going to be a really good film. A really good film. But that is not the only Tolkien movie that we're developing. We've actually got another film that we'll be making after Hunt for Gollum. So I thought I should tell you a little bit about that. Actually, why don't I get somebody else to?
It's Orschleiser. Yeah, I made it not that loud. I can post. Can I post the link for you people? I posted in chat in case you haven't seen it. You know. Yeah, she's also working on the screenplay part. And here was then the surprise. And he has West Book, the Red Book of Westmarch. And there's Stephen Colbert. And yeah, it's look how happy he looks. He can finally reveal it. I think yeah, it's of course no secret that he's a big Lord of the Rings fan. And yeah, that is the Variety article, right? So yeah, in the article you have the link to the X post, and yeah, what is there to say? Potentially not that much, I guess, but yeah, we got the new script comes along. I think small information will drop. The film might be relatively far away already, so we don't know that much. But in this statement, he says basically, well, we are working on the parts that have not made it into the Peter Jackson movies, and we try to, how to say it, to include them very well, or to fit the style and the style of the Lord of the Rings films, which is, I think, not a bad idea. Though on paper, basically, what parts did it not make? Tom Bombadil, the Barrow Downs, and so on. The whole operation from Frodo moving. Wait, we have a map, right? We can go full map time mode here. First age, third age. It's which map time it is. The Shire, you can see, is here. So Frodo lives in Hobbiton, somewhere here, is back end, I think. And then he moves all the way close to this hatch thing here to, I'm not 100% sure where it is, but on the other side here, somewhere that it borders to the Old Forest, and he moves here to Crick Hollow. And from Crick Hollow, he leaves the Shire through the Old Forest, meets Tom Bombadil, gets snagged by a baum, then meets Tom Bombadil, stays there with his house, leaves over the Barrow Downs, gets snagged by the Barrow Downs, and then is saved by Tom Bombadil, and then leaves to Bree. And Lord of the Rings, it's like after escaping to the Buckleberry Ferry, going to the other side, cut, and the next time we see them, they're in front of Bree. That's different in the books. There's like quite a few chapters, several chapters actually, before the Sams, which are, well, we have a bit a shortcut to mushrooms, of course. But yeah, a bit of Three's Company, a bit of a shortcut to mushrooms, but then a conspiracy unmasked is not fully in it. The Old Forest in the house of Tom Bombadil, Fog on the Barrow Downs, then yeah, that's the last one, and then the Sign of Prancing Pony is the next one. So We have 1, 2, 3. I can't count. It's fascinating. So we have like 4 chapters plus a bit in the others, I guess, that have not made it into the films very early on in Fellowship of the Ring. And the plan is to kind of include this. Potentially, yeah, Eleanor, the daughter of Sam, learns about the events or additional events that did not make it into the Peter Jackson films. And as a result, we might see a lot of familiar faces there. Very interesting stuff, definitely. Gandalf is not really involved, so that's interesting. It's more about the Hobbit stories. We have Tom Bombadil all of a sudden, which might be very interesting to see how he is portrayed. We have already seen one adaptation of it, but we don't want to talk about too much. Very curious how this will work out at the end. The film will probably need to leave out Crickhollow and the Fatty Bulger, though I don't know. Even in the Fellowship of the Rings movie, it should have probably taken at least 2 to 3 days for the hobbits to reach Brienne, for sure. Ending with Sam's final journey, yeah, potentially. They also take some of the later stuff. I could imagine that they also try to explain the lore of the Barrow Downs a little bit. And then we have maybe, that would be, in my opinion, would be cool to see some of the ancient times. So from the perspective of the Lord of the Rings, with, here if we go back to map time, with Cardolan, Rhudaur, Arthedain, Angmar, and then at this time when Cardolan falls, or shortly before it falls, the Witch King summons the spirits from afar to the Barrow Downs to haunt them, potentially the remaining Dunedain of Cardolan were hiding there, and so on. We have an interesting reference as well for this in The Lord of the Rings. Careful that I don't mess here up my production. Let me see, chat. Lord of the Rings. Okay, we have an English word, which I never know how it's pronounced. It's pronounced brooch. Of course it is. Thank you, English language, that your pronunciations are not confusing for not native speakers. Even though it makes sense, because in German the word exists as well. It's Brosche, and that's the word I will search. And yeah, in this chapter, Tom Bombadil mentions this kind of. Most of these he made the swords that Tom Bombadil found. Well, maybe it started the sentence earlier. While they were eating, Tom went up to the mound and looked through the treasures. Most of these he made into a pile that glistered and sparkled on the grass. He bade them lie there, free to all finders, birds, beasts, elves, all men, and all kindly creatures. For so the spell of the mound should be broken and scattered, and no wight ever come back to it. He chose for himself from the pile a brooch set with blue stones, many shaded like flax flowers or the wings of blue butterflies. He looked long at it, as if stirred by some memory, shaking his head and saying at last, "Here is a pretty toy for Tom and for his lady. Fair was she who long ago wore this on her shoulder. Goldberry shall wear it now, and we will not forget her." So he seems to remember, I guess, fair lady of ancient times. We are talking about the Barrow Downs, which are the graves, so to say, of the nobles of the Dunedain, of this particular part of Cardolan, but even potentially before this, because we know the Barrow Downs existed, according, I think, to Unfinished Tales, even in the First Age. Have to look it maybe up. But yeah, they existed in the First Age. And it could be older than that. So men were always in this particular region and used this as mounds, as so to say, as graves. And we don't know when this brooch was crafted, but it could. I assume it's from the era of Cardolan, to be honest. But yeah, who knows? It's interesting. Will we see her as a reference also, wearing this blue jewelry, this brooch on her shoulder, as it is mentioned here in the book? That would be a very cool detail. As somebody said, that Stephen Colbert is potentially a person that is in the details, so to say, that likes details. I would not be surprised to see details like this also kind of referenced or even explored further in the films. That, in my opinion, would be pretty cool. So it might be like a film that has multiple layers of time, like we have the present, so to say, with Eleanor and Sam or whoever tells her the story of the past. And then in the past, we have, I don't know, what happened during Lord of the Rings. And then in the Lord of the Rings, we have another jump back further into the past. What is the deal with these Barrow Downs? Where do the Whites come from? What happened here once? Where we see a glimpse of that. So there are some stories that can be uncovered here, and I think it might be interesting. The problem is, as always, you think of Lord of the Rings. You have these epic movies and, I don't know, hours-long films with battles and orcs and big and blockbuster movies that kind of changed a bit of cinema for sure. Very influential films and so on. I think these new films will be more on the smaller scale, potentially still with a big budget, but still different in many ways. I'm personally quite curious because I think it's good when new Lord of the Rings stuff appears again. Not also because of a Lord of the Rings channel, and also because it's always good to have something cool to talk about. Bringing in new people that might get interested in this. There's always a potential for good. It's also potential for it to be good, but there's also the potential for it to fail. Who knows? We will see, but I hope it will be great. I think it could be interesting for lore nerds who really enjoy the details, and let's see what they can make out of this. So that is kind of my opinion here on this part. It could be the adventures of Mayor Samwise, of Mayor Gardner. Ending with Sam's final journey. Yeah, it's a cool idea. The film will probably need to leave out Quick Hollow. Yeah, maybe. I hope not. It would be cool if we also get a bit of this. I'm not sure what they will definitely put into this. It was when the pair saw the elves, yeah. Doesn't need to be a huge high-stakes action movie, yeah, definitely not. But the expectations could be that. It will not be an epic Lord of the Rings trilogy it will be a smaller story. I think, though, at some point when they might make the Angmar War into film, or maybe even multiple films, who knows, there I would definitely expect a bit more, because I personally think that there's quite a bit of potential there, but it will be very difficult to pull off, I think. Because they have to make a lot of things up, so to say, a lot of dialogue and so on and so forth. We have only very brief outlines of that. And currently, I don't know, every time studios had to make up a lot of things without too much book direction, they often said, well, we want to make it a bit different, and then it was at the end so semi-good, I guess, but who knows. Old Man Willow already had his film appearance in Fangorn. Yeah, that's true, that's referenced there, but only in the extended edition. I don't think that could be used in the movie. I predict that the Goldberries will be expanded. Yeah, potentially. We might see the Black Riders drive the Rangers away from their watch on the Shire. Yeah, that will also be cool to get a glimpse at the life of these Rangers of the North, the Dunedain Rangers, Aragorn's people and men. Never thought of it before, but I think the Barrow-wight might cease to be at the moment the Witch King is defeated. Yeah, I'm not sure. And there are spirits, like the soul in Tolkien's universe is basically indestructible. That's a problem that also Morgoth has, because as a nihilistic Dark Lord, he wanted to destroy the whole creation, but there was just things he could not destroy, like the souls of, or the spirits of people. This could only corrupt it. Since we see Strider gift the hobbits with a blade on the Weathertop. Yeah. I'm not sure how this kind of works. Like riders could attempt to enter the old forest but get driven off. Yeah, something like this. That's what I mean. I would prefer they contradict the movie in that one place. Yeah, I also hope that they don't try to, that they focus on a lot of details, but don't limit themselves too much by not contradicting the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. We might get that Rangers secrets in Hunt for Gollum. Yeah, that is also true. That is also a possibility. The Rangers probably kept cache of weapon and supplies in places like Amon Sul. Yeah, for sure. I don't think that it's unlikely that they did this, but like I said, the idea of them getting the barrow blades would be pretty cool, but it's a bit difficult to implement that into the Peter Jackson films, that it works seamless with how Peter Jackson films, or the story or the plot is told there. Might be a bit difficult. I'll be happy if they retcon the movies to bring it closer to the book by including the barrow blades. Yeah, that would be cool. Maybe they find a weird explanation for it, or I don't know. Explaining the barrow blades would be a good excuse to include some cool Angmar war stuff, for sure. For sure. I hope they might go into this direction, because that's also something I'm interested in. But, yeah. I don't know, chat. The Barrow Downs would definitely be the big set piece of the film. Yeah, maybe. Depends on what scope they plan to tell these stories. I'm very curious, and I hope they succeed with it, because we had like a long time where no new Lord of the Rings stuff came out that was acclaimed and everybody would agree, yeah, that's really awesome. Like, we have the TV show, of course. Some like it, some hate it. I'm kind of in the middle. I kind of, yeah, like some stuff, don't like a lot of others. let's hope that they kind of improve that in the next season, whenever that comes out. I just want to see Fatty Lumpkin hang out with Bill. Just give me 2 hours of that. Yeah, that Fatty Lumpkin, of course, also a thing that should not be missed from a movie that covers these sections. I would be surprised if it is. Five hours Tom Bombadil, Fiebertraum. Of course, Colbert and his 2 sons had minor roles in the Desolation of... Yeah, that is true. They were... I think the guy with the fishing rod and the eye patch on the boat, that's called Stephen Colbert. And his sons were all the kids there in the scene, right? I will celebrate Tolkien Reading Day by reading those chapters after the stream. That's an awesome idea. Flipper Boynes, I think, in the commentary said that in the movie, the entire encounter with the Old Forest Bombadil and the Barrow Downs could have actually occurred. It's just not on screen. It's just not shown on screen. Yeah. They just cut out a lot of the stuff there. And yeah, the possibility that this actually happens, but it's not told to us yet, is definitely there. So yeah, that's a... I think I heard her say this in some commentary as well. Sounds very familiar. And the best thing about War of the Rohirrim, the album. Yeah, War of the Rohirrim, though, I found actually okay. It's not the best, but it's actually okay. But getting like something that's absolutely awesome would of course be better than a film that's just okay, I guess. Especially for a big name like Lord of the Rings. If you have it in the name, also would be great. Like the Lord of the Rings fans definitely need something to look forward to, I think. I hope Hunt for Gollum, which I can also see is awesome. Okay, Jack, I'm sorry to hear. Get well soon. I have to stream all night to entertain you. Well, I can try. Oh, you injured your finger. I'm sorry to hear. Hope it heals well. Well, I'm still here. We will continue with other stuff after that. But I definitely need a break after the stream here, and then we maybe play something or so. I'm not sure. Yeah, as I said, the journey to Bree probably took longer than it seemed to film. Yeah, for sure. There definitely something could have happened in between that we were never told. Much as Bilbo originally made up a story about the ring being gifted to him. As long as we don't see Gollum on the Brandywine. So chat, is there anything Okay, didn't Gollum eat babies out of their cribs? Well, there's a reference to it. If it really occurred or happened, is hard to tell, to be honest. It is possible. But sometimes you have these spooky tales of a region of, I don't know, some castle, a forest or whatever. I think sometimes it's exaggerated, to be honest. He never made it west of the Misty Mountains. But yeah, the story where it is implied is still reference to Mirkwood and surroundings. Okay, chat. We are reaching the 4 hours part, so I would suggest it's slowly time to end the stream. Are there questions left? Didn't Saruman imply that Grima ate some Hobbit? Yes. That is pretty directly implied that this occurred. Definitely very creepy. Directly implied is also weird, strange of saying it. But it's not some Hobbit. It was Lobelia's son. It was Odo, I think is the name, right? Hobbit names. Not Odo, Lothor. Lothor sequel Bergens, not Odo. Odo, Lothor, everything, it sounds almost the same. Wrong Hobbit. Yeah. I can maybe try to find this section here. In the meantime, I run an ad. Because why not? And then I try to find the section, we read it, and then we end the stream. How is that? Let me just search for it. It's in the Scouring of the Shire. A chapter. It's a long chapter. Still trying to find it. Still reading through it. Yeah, there. I think I found it, chat. Here it is. Wormtongue called Frodo. You need not follow him. I know of no evil you have done to me. You can have rest and food here for a while until you are stronger and can go your own ways. Wormtongue halted and looked back at him, half prepared to stay. Saruman turned. No evil, he crackled. Oh no, even when he sneaks out at night, it is only to look at the stars. But did I hear someone ask where poor Lotho is hiding? You know, don't you, Worm? Will you tell them? Wormtongue cowered down and whimpered, No, no. Then I will, said Saruman. Worm killed your chief, poor little fellow. Your nice little boss, didn't you, Worm? Stabbed him in his sleep, I believe. Buried him, I hope. Though Worm has been very hungry lately. No, Worm is not really nice. You had better leave him to me. A look of wild hatred came into Wormtongue's red eyes. You told me to. You made me do it, he hissed. Saruman laughed. You do what Sharky says always, don't you, Worm? Well, now he says follow. He kicked Wormtongue in the face and as he grovelled and turned and made off. Yeah, and then he killed Saruman after that. But poor, like, it's an intense scene, to be honest. And yeah, either he's buried or eaten. That's the implication. Can we just see? Online overtones. Is it still cannibalism if a human eats a hobbit? Yes, because hobbits are also counted towards humans. So towards men. They also have the gift of men, so in theory they are also men. Leaving out the Scouring of the Shire was the most unforgivable omission by Peter Jackson. I would say, yeah, I can kind of understand this because it's a very cool and interesting chapter in the Lord of the Rings book. But from a film-making perspective, I'm not a filmmaker, but I just make videos and stuff. So I wouldn't say I have a good understanding of how to make an actual movie, but I think I can't imagine how they would have made this into film. It's very difficult to basically how you structure a movie, and then at the end you have to basically have the hobbits again have a little adventure at the end and then come another time to the end. Like, I think this works in Lord of the Rings perfectly fine, and it's an interesting chapter. In book, in book form stuff simply works. I think in film forms it does not work. So I can understand that people miss this important chapter because it's about the hobbits now have been grown from their journey, and now they can handle all that these hobbits and Sharky's men, the ruffians, have to offer. They can simply handle by their own because they've grown so much from this journey. Like, they went to Mordor. That's nothing the ruffians can really do that they have not seen yet, and they are not impressed. And it's very nice. It's a very cool chapter, and it works very well. But in such a long movie, where it's basically Return of the King, at some point it becomes the film, or the film of the endings, so to say. And you have so many endings. If they now would add the Scouring of the Shire there at this marathon of endings at the end, I think it would not work in film. I cannot see it. It definitely completes the growth arc of the hobbits for sure. I think from filmmaking, I think it would not work in a film to do this. Like, it's already very long. The audience is exhausted after so many hours sitting in the cinema. You need to come to an end there. If you put in a little side adventure shortly before the end, completing, even though it's completely reasonable to place it there in the book and it works fine, I think it would not work on film. So, as much as I like the Scouring of the Shire as a chapter, this is one of the omissions. I can understand why it was left out from this and only hinted in the Mirror of Galadriel scene a little bit. Saruman is horrible. He is. He definitely is. My issue is that I would have preferred they made a Scouring movie instead of Gollum. Yeah, that would be interesting as well. Scouring of the Shire movie. My issue is this seems like the kind of project that would have been an animated directly to video tie-in back 90s. Yeah, potentially. If the Hobbit is greater than 3 feet tall, it's cannibalism. Otherwise, it's okay. Well. I prefer they made the Scouring stuff move instead of the Gollum instead of Forest. I don't know what the reference is that I did Saruman in Isengard. Very uncomfortable scene for the reader, yeah, for sure. Hobbit's the short pork. Saruman is horrible. Gross. I love how Sam gets to win over Rosie's dad by being awesome. Yeah. The Scouring could be a whole separate movie, but it would be quite anticlimactic because it's all too easy after everything they've been through. Yeah. Samwise Gamgee, the Rainbow Dash of Middle-earth. Everyone already complains that the Return of the King has too many endings. Jackson didn't have much choice. Yeah. The Scouring also serves to show how damaged Frodo is, which the movie kind of doesn't depict very well. Yeah, for sure. That's also, I think, a part that Frodo is kind of damaged and has taken a big toll from this journey. But I think it also, what I find very impressive about Frodo in the Scouring, especially at the end, is that even all these evil deeds that Saruman does, let me just read it here. I just read it, I think, a moment ago. I'm just seeing, where is it? He walked away, the hobbits... He drew himself up and stared at them darkly with his black eyes, Saruman. But do not think that when I lost all my goods, I lost all my power. Whoever strikes me shall be accursed. And if my blood stains the Shire, it shall wither and never again be healed. The hobbits recoiled, but Frodo said, Don't believe him. He has lost all power, save his voice that can still daunt you and deceive you if you let it. But I will not have him slain. It is useless to meet revenge with revenge. It will heal nothing. Go, Saruman, by the speediest way. So, even everything Saruman has done, and in the battle of the Shire that the hobbits had to fight, also other hobbits were killed and so on. So there were definitely people who died there. And even though then a bit later, but even as Saruman passed close to Frodo, a knife flashed in his hand, and he stepped swiftly. A blade turned on his hidden mail coat and snapped. A dozen hobbits, led by Sam, leaped forward with a cry and flung the villain to the ground. Sam drew his sword. No, Sam, said Frodo. Do not kill him even now. For he has not hurt me, and in any case I do not wish him to be slain in this evil mood. He was great once, of a noble kind that we should not dare to raise our hands against. He is fallen, and his cure is beyond us, but I would still spare him in the hope that he may find it. I think that definitely shows that the positive humanity that still is in Frodo after everything that has happened, after all this time carrying the ring, his mind being constantly poisoned by the ring. But you could say he definitely kept what lesson Gandalf put into him. The famous words. Let me try. Pity, it was pity that stayed his hand, pity and mercy, not to strike without need. And he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end because he began his ownership of the ring so, with pity. So we can clearly see that in this particular scene that Frodo learned his lesson for sure. And it is, it's a beautiful scene, I think. It just makes the chat a bit bigger, makes it easier to read. Mm, 2 years in the book, 4 years in the film. Let's count Fatty. Yeah, Fatty Balder, of course, also a very important hobbit in the early stages of the Lord of the Rings. But yeah, I think it's very remarkable that even after Saruman tries to kill him, to stab him with a knife, that even after then he says, no, don't kill him. That is impressive for sure. It still hurts. Yeah. They definitely try to portray it, but I definitely think in the book you get a bigger picture of the suffering of Frodo from this journey and so on and so forth. So there's definitely a big difference. So chat, we just passed. Is there anything left to say? We discussed now the scouring of the Shire a little bit, which is a fascinating chapter. Unfortunately, omitted in the films, and yeah, it's a good point. I can definitely see the disappointment that people really would love to see this particular section from the book. But as said, if you don't know the books, I think it does not work. Do Balrogs have wings? Maybe if they have, they can't fly. Short answer. What we know is they can draw a shadow about them like two vast wings or something. Why did the Balrog cross a road? I don't know. I'm expecting a pun or a gag now from you. Chasing the chicken. Neither I was hoping to come up with an answer by now. Unfortunately, it's difficult. A theatrical cut, yeah, I guess then it might work better. In the theatrical cut, a lot of stuff is missing. I think the death scene is missing. Now, when I think about Lord of Rings, it's always like me having the extended edition in mind. Gandalf wasn't there to stop him, yeah. Though I see the Scouring of the Shire more as a short film, yeah, I can see that. You shall not cross. Nice one, Lucas. It might seem quite strange to a movie audience for Saruman to simply have been set free to do mischief, yeah. I mean, he kind of freed himself by convincing, I guess, the Ents. And then later when they are on their way back to their homes, Gandalf and company, so to say, meets Grima and Saruman again. But yeah, I hope you people had a good time, to some degree. It's now, I guess, time for this to end. Currently thinking what we do next, chat. But it's very late. I'm really hungry. I definitely need a break. Good discussion today. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, as pretty much always. Should do this more often, but this month was immensely busy for me on other fronts. So even the English Thursday was cut off a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. Thanks. Time to continue my Smallville binge, I guess. Much fun with that. I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day, a good evening, a good night, sleep well, depending on your time zone, or a good afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are currently at. And yeah, huge shoutouts as always to all the supporting forces we have. Unfortunately, I don't have my screens prepared as always, so we have to kind of do this. In the meantime, let me just think. Maybe I run another couple of ads or something, or maybe it would be good. At least my screen stopped refreshing, that's good. Okay, just run a little ad break here or two. For you people, I know you don't like ads, but I need to generate some revenue here and there. So let me see. I have a list which I have to kind of extend a little bit here. Always a bit difficult. But yeah, huge shout outs to the Patreons, to the members here on this channel, and on the other channels, to the Twitch subscribers, and so on and so forth. Thank you for your support. Currently working on the shout out screen, because I have not updated it, of course, as always. If you have been here for quite some time, you know this is something you should have prepared before you start the stream, but I often forget it, simply. My Tolkien Reading Day keeps getting interrupted by Tolkien YouTubers. That's it. Now for some reading. Good night to all. Yeah, Joe, much fun with it, with reading Tolkien. Sorry for being one of the Tolkien YouTubers interrupting your read, but I still hope you enjoyed the discussion. I had a lot of fun doing so, and it was a great time here. I hope you had that one as well, watching us. We just see how I can do this. Oh, I don't see it here, right? So let me just press this add thing here one more time. Almost done, chat. Just a couple of names are left. Almost, chat. Could be some double names, but I have to be... Don't want to spend too much time here on this. Better have a name twice than missing one. German Twitch community quite strong here when it comes to this. Much appreciated and thank you for the support. The list is quite long, chat. Okay, I hope I have everybody. And on paper I have to double check the other thing. So if you want to be included in the credits, it'll be fast. Yeah, and that one I have. Okay, I think there should be everybody in the list. We will find out in a moment. Oh no, that is wrong, kind of. All I have to do is now find the file. That's also a bit tough, as always. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. Okay, chat. That should do kind of the trick. Credits. Where are they? Here. And there's the image. I think that should be a chat. There it is. So thank you so much for your support. Much appreciated. I hope you people had a good one and enjoyed the stream here. I wish you a good night. Doglord had a video about Hunthor. That's interesting. And we talked briefly about it. Thanks for the stream. Good night, everyone. Yeah. So huge shout outs to all of you. And yeah, if you want to support the stream here, the channel here, the games channel, the Twitch channels, and so on. Yeah, there are all kinds of ways. Pressing the like button is the easiest one, so I would appreciate that as well. Feel free to press the like button, leave a comment, check my other videos out that recently came out, and so on. If you haven't done so, recommend me further, the classic stuff. And I would say, have a good night, people. Enjoy your time next week, the rest of the Tolkien Reading Day. Have a great time reading Tolkien. And is there anything left to say, chat? I don't know. Potentially not. And all I can say is just thank you for the support, for always being here, making these lore Q&A discussion streams so fun. Really enjoyed my time here as well. Good questions today, good discussion, and have a good one. See you next time. Goodbye.